country gnawed down to the bone by famine, one valley is impossibly green. Full harvests, fat cattle, and people who smile easily and grieve nothing at all. That last part is what draws Geralt down off the dead hills to look closer. A place with no sorrow left in it has to be keeping that sorrow somewhere. Follow him in, and mind what these contented people can no longer seem to remember. The first dead field lay 3 miles beyond the river, wheat cut low by hungry hands. Before the grain had hardened, past it stood another, gray stalks rattling under a white sky, and past that a farmhouse with no smoke at the chimney. Geralt went by a cart abandoned in the ditch, one wheel stripped for firewood, a child's shoe under the axle stiff with old mud. Roach picked her way along the rutted track and nosed at weeds, already gone brown. No frogs in the ditches. Crows watched from a roof beam where half the thatch had been torn away, and they made no sound as he passed. Toward midday, the road began to climb, the bare fields folding behind him into low hills where wind carried dust over abandoned fences. At the crest, Geralt drew rein. The valley below was green. It lay between 2 long ridges, sheltered from the northern weather, broad enough for a stream to bend through orchards and fields before it vanished among alders at the far end. Wheat stood high and yellow-green in ordered strips. Apple trees bowed under fruit, and smoke rose straight and pale from a cluster of thatched roofs near the water. Cattle grazed the hillside with their ribs hidden beneath flesh. Geralt stayed where he was until Roach stamped and shook the flies off her neck. The valley needed no wall to mark its boundary. The change began under the mare's hooves, dust giving way to short grass, thick and soft around stones still warm from the sun. Blue flowers grew between the wheel ruts, and a bee had crawled deep inside one of them, hind legs heavy with pollen. He dismounted and crouched at the roadside. The soil crumbled dark between his fingers, moist, though no rain had fallen in 10 days. He dug deeper and found a pale root no thicker than horsehair, then another twined around it. Neither belonged to the grass above. He rubbed his hand clean and mounted again. 2 men were stacking hay beside the first field, both in clean linen shirts with the sleeves rolled above brown forearms, both broad through the shoulders, in a year when men beyond the ridge had started to narrow. One leaned on his fork as Geralt came up and asked whether the road had been good. Passable, Geralt told him. The man observed that he'd come far, and Geralt said far enough. The other went on lifting hay, neither faster nor slower than before. The first man smiled with a full set of teeth, one of them black at the root, and said he'd be wanting food. Geralt looked past him. A scarecrow stood among the wheat in a woman's red shift, faded pale at the shoulders. No birds wheeled over the field. The grain heads shifted together beneath the breeze, every stalk bowing the same way. Usually men ask a stranger's business before offering him supper. They had enough for both, the man said. The second one set down his fork, hay dust in his hair and beard, no sweat anywhere on his face, and told him there was enough for any who came. Many came, some, and left. The first man's smile held. Those with roads ahead of them, he said. Neither of them asked about the swords. Geralt rode on. The hamlet had perhaps 40 houses, most of them built around a common green where geese pecked between wagon tracks, their feathers white and clean. A mill wheel turned beside the stream, grinding steadily with no miller near it. And the water pouring off the paddles, ran clear enough to show every stone underneath. Women worked outside open doors. One kneaded dough at a board set on trestles. Another sat mending a blue child's coat, while the child himself stood motionless beside her, watching Geralt pass. Boys carried baskets of pears up from an orchard, every basket filled to the rim, and nobody shouted after them because they stole none. The smells belonged to a different year altogether. Baking rye, bruised apples, cut hay, onions frying in fat. A dog lay under a bench by the well and raised its head when Roach came near, saw Geralt, put it down again. Its tail did not move. A lime tree stood at the center of the green with a stone trough beneath it, and on the trough's edge sat an old man shaving a piece of wood into a narrow spoon, curled chips gathering round his boots. Geralt asked after a stable. Behind the alehouse, the old man said, the knife passing over the wood. Rooms were the same place. Then he looked up, eyes pale under heavy lids, and studied the white hair and the sword hilts riding above Geralt's shoulder, and the knife stopped. A woman carrying a milk pail crossed behind him and touched 2 fingers to his back. The blade started moving again. Good beds, the old man said, clean straw. The alehouse stood near the stream, bigger than the rest and freshly lime-washed, a painted green sheaf hanging over the door. Geralt led Roach round the side to a stable with 6 empty stalls, each one swept clean, the manger full of oats. He ran his hand through them, dry, unspoiled, no husks, no black grains. Roach stretched her neck toward the feed, and he drew her back, tying her where she could reach nothing but the hay bundled beneath his saddle. Inside the alehouse was cool and dim, rushes on the floor. 3 men sat by the hearth eating stew out of wooden bowls, and a woman with iron-gray hair stood behind a long table, cutting bread into thick slices. She looked at the swords first, then at his eyes, and said he'd be the Witcher. Would he? They'd had one through when she was a girl, she said, and his hair wasn't white. Some of us start young, Geralt said. Her knife pressed down through the loaf. She was Mara, and the room above the stable was empty. Who told you I'd want it? You came by the northern road. There's nowhere north worth reaching before dark. One of the men at the hearth laughed quietly. The others kept eating. Geralt set 2 copper coins on the table. Mara glanced at them and pushed one back, with the flat of her knife, saying it paid for the bed and supper. It barely paid for the bread, he said. They didn't charge famine prices here. Famine hadn't reached them, no, she agreed, and the answer came easily. She put bread on a board and ladled out stew, chunks of mutton rising through a broth gone yellow with onion and turnip. Steam touched his face. Why? Mara wiped the ladle on the rim of the pot. Good ground, she said, sheltered hills, deep wells. The same sun shone beyond the ridge, Geralt said. The same sun shines on stone, she said. He stayed on his feet. At the hearth, one of the men lifted bread to his mouth and chewed without looking over. His left hand lay on the table, 2 fingers gone above the first knuckle, the wounds healed clean, his sleeve patched at the elbow with cloth off a finer shirt. Sit, Mara said. Eat while it's warm. Geralt carried the bowl to a table by the window. The stew smelled as it should. He touched a piece of meat with the tip of his spoon, broke it apart, tasted the broth. Salt, marjoram, fat. Nothing bitter, no numbness on the tongue, no sweetness that had no business being there. Mara watched him once, and not again. Outside, a young woman was drawing water. The The bucket came up brimming, and she tipped it into 2 waiting pails without spilling any. A little girl came across the green carrying a wooden doll by one leg, caught her foot on the trough and went down hard enough to skin both palms, and stayed there on her knees. The doll rolled into the mud. The young woman set the bucket down and lifted the child upright. Blood shone in 2 bright crescents under the girl's hands. "You've torn your dress," the woman said, and the girl looked at the rip in her hem and said she was sorry, and the woman said there was cloth enough. She wiped the palms with the corner of her apron. The girl did not cry. Her face had not changed at all. Geralt put down the spoon. Across the room, the man with the missing fingers scraped his bowl clean and said it was good stew. There was more, Mara said. He got up and carried the bowl to the pot. A coal cracked in the hearth, and nobody turned toward it. Geralt ate enough to give no offense and left the rest. Upstairs, Mara showed him a room, under the eaves with a narrow bed, a stool, a clay basin filled with water, and a sprig of flowering mint standing in a cup on the sill. The shutters closed tight, she told him. Why would they need to? For the night air, anything dangerous in it? Cold sometimes. She smiled, and the smile ended at the exact moment she turned away. Geralt waited until her steps had gone down the stairs. Then he crossed to the basin and smelled the water, clear with a faint mineral tang, and beneath that, nearly buried under the mint, something soft and cloying like fruit left too long in a sealed cellar. He dipped a finger, touched it to his tongue, and spat into the rushes. No poison, no potion, he knew. His mouth stayed warm for several breaths, the way it did after watered wine. The window gave him the common green, the well, and the first trees of the orchard. Past the last houses, the child who had fallen sat under the lime while the old man carved beside her, her palms wrapped in white cloth, the wooden doll held upright on her knees. The old man's knife slipped and opened the pad of his thumb. Blood welled along the cut and ran down over the spoon he was shaping. He looked at it a moment. The child looked too. Then he put the thumb in his mouth, sucked the blood away, and went back to shaving the wood, and the girl turned her doll toward Geralt's window. The painted face was smiling. By late afternoon he had walked the whole hamlet, a smithy with a sound roof and a forge gone cold, a small shrine near the southern road, its stone figure rubbed smooth by years of hands. Behind the shrine, the graveyard enclosed by a low wall, thick with moss, and the gate opened without a creak. Geralt counted 23 stones. The oldest leaned east and carried no name he could read. The newest had stood long enough for lichen to spread across its base. No fresh earth anywhere. No flowers. No small graves crowded against the wall, where children go in lean years, and no broad mound for fever. A hamlet of 40 houses should have needed more room for its dead. He crossed between the stones and knelt where the grass grew highest. The ground had sunk there in a long, shallow line. He pressed his palm to it and felt the soil give under the weight, loose only a hand's breadth down. A beetle crawled over his wrist, black shell, red legs, and he watched it go into the grass. Something moved beyond the wall. An old woman stood in the lane, barefoot and bareheaded, her gray hair hanging in strings around a narrow face. She wore wool despite the warmth. Both hands were pressed over her mouth. Geralt rose and she shook her head once. Then a man came round from behind the shrine with a bundle of cut herbs and called her mother, and she backed away from him. He told her to come home. Her hands tightened against her face, and a low sound escaped between the fingers, too soft to be a cry. He set down the herbs and came on slowly, wearing that same mild expression Geralt had seen beside the road, at the well, in the ale-house. "You'll tire yourself," he said, and she struck him across the cheek. The blow turned his head. He looked back at her without anger. The old woman tore her hands from her mouth. Her lips were scarred white along the edges, and the inside of one cheek showed through a ragged hole where teeth had worked at it again and again. "Under?" she whispered. Her son caught her wrists. She twisted toward Geralt, heels digging furrows in the dust, and got out half of it, under the sweet, before the hand came over her mouth. Another villager came up the lane, then a woman with folded linen, and between them they lifted her as gently as if she'd fallen asleep. She kicked once. Her bare foot struck the shrine stone and split the skin above the heel. Nobody looked at the blood. "She wanders," her son said, and Geralt's gaze followed the thin red mark her foot had drawn across the dust, and asked where. "Anywhere," the man said. "Today she came here." "She likes the stones." All the while the old woman stared at Geralt over the hand across her face, her eyes going down to the ground, then out toward the valley beyond the graveyard wall. Then they carried her away. Geralt waited until the lane was empty before he went back to the sunken strip between the graves and pushed 2 fingers through the grass. The earth smelled of roots. Under that lay the same faint sweetness as the water upstairs. A church bell sounded once somewhere past the orchard. Every bird in the graveyard hedge went up together, flying for the northern ridge. Black shapes beating hard above the green fields, and not one of them turned back. The bell did not ring again. Geralt stayed where he was until the last of the birds crossed the ridge and became flecks against the pale sky. Nobody came to the shrine. No door opened anywhere in the hamlet. The sound had carried across every roof, and the valley took it the way it took everything else, without hurry and without surprise. He followed the lane east with the graveyard wall on his left. The old woman's blood made 3 dark marks in the dust before a cartwheel took them. Past the last cottages, the lane narrowed between pear trees and climbed toward a cluster of houses set apart from the common green. Her son had left the bundle of herbs beside the shrine, and Geralt had taken 1 sprig from it. He crushed it between his fingers as he walked. Wormwood, yarrow, dried nettle, and a few narrow leaves he did not know, silver beneath and green above, bitter enough to cut through the sweet breath coming off the fields. The old woman lived in a low house under the orchard wall, and Geralt knew it before he reached the door. Fresh scratches scarred the lintel, some shallow, some gouged deep enough to show pale wood, all of them made from within. Her son sat outside on a stool, binding herbs into bundles with twine, the mark of her blow already faded from his cheek. "She rests," he said, and Geralt said he'd heard. The man tied off a knot and reached for another handful and said there was no need to trouble her then. Geralt stopped where the shadow of the eaves ended and asked what she took the herbs for. "Her joints," the man said, "wormwood for joints. She has many aches." "Yarrow for bleeding," Geralt said, "nettle for fever," and the hands went on working, while the man observed that old bodies gather complaints. Geralt held up the leaf he did not know and asked about it, and for the first time the man hesitated, his eyes moving from the leaf to Geralt's face. "Grows by the stream. Does it have a name? Perhaps." A fly settled on the twine around his thumb, and he did not brush it off. From inside the house came the scrape of wood dragged over packed earth. The man looked toward the door and said, "She turned restless near evening." Another scrape followed, then 3 slow knocks from the far side of the wall. Geralt stepped past him. The son was up off the stool and had him by the sleeve, and the grip was strong, stronger than the mild face promised. "She bites," he said. Geralt looked down at the hand until it let go. Inside the house smelled of smoke, old wool, and crushed herbs. Light came through one shuttered window. In narrow bars across a table laid for 2. One bowl had been used, the other was clean, with a spoon set beside it. A wooden bench had been dragged against a door at the rear, and from behind it the old woman knocked once. Geralt put the herb leaf down on the table and told the man to move the bench. "She is not herself," the son said, and Geralt said he'd noticed. "She has harmed no one, except herself." The son came in and shut the outer door, and the dark thickened around the room. "Leave her be." Geralt crouched by the bench. Scratches ran across the floor, where it had been shifted many times over. Near the wall, he found 2 broken fingernails and a thread of gray wool. He asked whether she had begun wandering recently. "She has wandered for years." "Did she always chew through her own face?" The son's jaw tightened, but his voice stayed level. "Age changes people." Something hit the rear door hard enough to shake dust out of the frame, and the man did not flinch. Geralt stood and told him again to move it. No. Axi would have opened the way. A brief turn of the wrist, a word laid under the man's thoughts, and the bench would have come aside with a grateful smile. Geralt left his hand where it was. He crossed to the table instead and lifted the untouched bowl. A gray skin had formed over the broth. "Who is this for?" "My wife. Where is she?" The man looked at the bowl, and Geralt waited him out. Gathering pears. "There are 3 baskets by the door," Geralt said, "and all of them are full. She may be elsewhere. Her cloak hangs on the peg. Her shoes are beneath the bed." The son's face stayed calm, but his breathing had shortened. It came through his nose in small, measured pulls, as though something inside him had started running while the rest of him held still. Geralt set the bowl down and told him to open the door. The old woman screamed. It was a torn, furious sound, more violent for coming out of a valley that had forgotten how to raise its voice. The son lunged toward the bench. Geralt caught him across the chest and drove him into the table, and bowls hit the floor and broke. Before either of them reached it, the rear door burst inward, and the old woman crawled through the gap on hands and knees, a length of rope swinging from one wrist, blood all down her mouth. She had bitten through the binding and taken skin with it. Her son twisted in Geralt's grip and said, "Mother." She shrank back from him, then saw the open outer door. For one breath, she only stared at the light, and after that she moved with the speed of terror, scrambling past them, striking the doorpost with one shoulder, running barefoot into the orchard. Her son tore loose. Geralt hooked a leg behind his knee and put him down among the broken bowls, then went after her. Branches whipped his face as he came into the trees. Pears lay thick in the grass, unbruised despite the fall, their skins yellow and smooth. The old woman ran between the trunks, with one hand pressed over her bleeding mouth, her wool dress snagging on the low twigs. And she did not head for the road. The orchard sloped down toward the stream, where the trees grew older and closer together, and their roots came up through the soil like bent knuckles. Geralt heard the son behind him, then another set of footsteps farther back. She stumbled near a dry ditch, and he caught her before she fell. She clawed at him until she saw his eyes. "Quiet," Geralt said. Her nails stayed hooked in his sleeve. "They hear quiet," she said. He asked who, and she turned toward the house. Her son stood among the trees, breathing hard, and two neighbors had joined him now, a man carrying a pruning hook and a young woman with a basket held against her hip. All three of them watched without expression. The old woman put her face against Geralt's chest and whispered that they had taken her down. "Your son's wife," he said. "She sang," the old woman answered, the words coming wet through her ruined lips. "Always sang, while kneading, while sweeping, while he slept." Then she stopped, and they said peace had come over her, and 3 nights later she walked to the old stones. The son came one step nearer and said she was confused. She flinched at his voice. Geralt kept his eyes on the villagers and asked what old stones, and nobody answered. The grass was thick beneath his boots, yet the earth under it gave off a faint, hollow sound when he shifted his weight. The old woman lifted one trembling finger and pointed downhill. "The orchard drinks," she said. "The well drinks, we drink after." Her son came on slowly, with his palms open, telling her to come home, and she drew breath to scream again. The young woman with the basket moved first. She dropped it and sprang at Geralt with both hands, reaching for his face while pears rolled away down the slope. He turned, caught her wrist, drove his shoulder in under her ribs, and carried her past him into the grass. The man with the pruning hook swung low for his knee, steel showing dull in the shade. Geralt drew no sword. He stepped inside the arc, struck the man's wrist with the heel of his hand, and sent the hook spinning off into the ditch. The son had the old woman by the hair, She shrieked and bit his forearm to the bone, and he looked down at the wound without pain, and then he closed both hands around her throat. Geralt hit him behind the ear with the pommel of his dagger, and the son went down among the roots, still wearing the same gentle expression. The young woman got up onto all fours, blood running from her nose. She reached again, not for Geralt this time, but for the old woman. "Hold," Geralt said, shaping Axii with 2 fingers. The sign struck her gaze, and her body stopped halfway through the motion. The calm on her face shivered, loosened, and for an instant something raw showed underneath it. Her eyes went wide. She looked at the blood on her hands, at the unconscious man, at Geralt, and whispered, "Where is my boy?" No child stood in the orchard. The question broke whatever had been holding her, and she started searching between the trees, turning in place, the basket forgotten, her breath catching like a woman waking inside a burning room. The man with the injured wrist watched her, his lips parted. From far below came the sound of the bell, and this time it rang beneath the ground. The note traveled up through the roots. Pears dropped from the branches all across the orchard, hundreds of them striking grass and soil in a soft, heavy rain. The young woman stopped searching and turned her head toward the slope, and every villager did the same. Geralt felt it through his boots before he heard anything else. A slow drawing movement under the earth, deep enough to blur with the pulse of the stream. The orchard floor tightened around the roots. Moisture came shining up along the bark, and the old woman gripped his arm and said it knows. Doors opened above them. Men and women came out of the houses in 1s and 2s, some carrying tools, some empty-handed, and none of them called to one another. They entered the orchard and came downhill through the trees, at a measured pace with composed faces. Geralt pulled the old woman toward the ditch and asked where they had taken her daughter. "My daughter is dead," she said. "Your son's wife, then. She was my daughter before she was his wife." The correction came out sharp, almost proud, and it was the first thing in that valley that had sounded alive. Geralt nodded at the slope and told her to show him. She led him into the ditch, which was narrow and nearly hidden under nettles. Dry leaves filled the bottom of it, though the ground around stayed green. The old woman crawled beneath a fallen branch and put both hands flat against a wall of roots. "Here," she said. Geralt saw only earth at first. Then he noticed the cuts. 3 roots had been severed and laid back over a shallow opening, the work old but careful, hidden with moss and leaf mold. He pulled them aside and cool air breathed out of the gap, carrying damp stone, mold, and that same ripe sweetness that spoiled the well water. Behind them, the villagers came down into the ditch. Geralt shoved the old woman through the opening, followed her, and dragged the roots back into place, and the dark closed over them. Hands touched the earth outside. They did not claw or strike. The villagers set about pressing the roots flat and smoothing moss across the gap with patient fingers. The old woman crawled ahead through a passage barely wide enough for her shoulders. Geralt followed by touch, one hand on packed soil, the other holding his dagger, and roots brushed his hair and slid over the leather at his neck. Some of them were warm. The passage turned sharply and opened into a stone culvert where water ran ankle-deep and clear. Over black slabs, the old woman crouched against the wall, shaking with the effort. Geralt struck flint to tinder and lit a small tallow lamp out of his pouch, and the flame came up blue. Carvings covered the stones. Water had worn most of them smooth, but he could make out sheaves of grain, open hands, and human figures kneeling around a horned shape whose head had been chipped away. The work was older than the hamlet, older perhaps than the shrine and the graveyard above it. A strand of pale fiber hung from a crack in the wall, and when Geralt touched it with the dagger tip, it recoiled. The old woman made a sound through her teeth. More of the fibers lay under the water, fine as the veins in a leaf, running with the current toward the hamlet, and a dark pulse traveled along them. The water warmed around his boots. He drew a silver knife, and the nearest strand curled away before the blade reached it. "Where does this lead?" he asked. She pointed upstream. "To the old stones." Behind them, beyond the plugged passage, the villagers began to sing. There were no words in it. The voices held one low note together, soft enough to sound distant, steady enough to make the lamp flame lean toward the dark. The old woman covered her ears. Geralt watched the fibers in the water tighten as the song deepened, and one by one, they drew toward the culvert wall, all of them pointing upstream like pale grass under a current. He lifted the lamp. Something had scraped the stone up there recently. Bare feet, many pairs of them, had gone through the water toward whatever was waiting beneath the orchard. Geralt slid the silver knife back into its sheath and drew the steel dagger instead. He cut a strip from the old woman's dress, bound her bleeding wrist, and put the lamp into her hand, telling her to stay behind him. She was looking at the 2 sword hilts over his shoulder when she asked whether he would kill it. And he said he would when he found out what it was. Above them, the singing grew louder. He turned upstream and stepped into the dark. The culvert narrowed as it climbed beneath the orchard. Water slid over Geralt's boots and whispered around stones worn hollow by years of it. The old woman came behind, with the lamp held low, one hand cupped round the flame. Each time the singing swelled above them, the pale fibers along the walls tightened and darkened, carrying a slow pulse upstream. They passed under a shaft where roots had broken through the ceiling and thin daylight came down, green and weak. Scraps of wool hung between the roots, hair bound with thread, a child's carved horse, a strip of linen stiff with old blood. Geralt stopped beneath them and asked if they were offerings. The old woman shook her head and said they were reminders. Of what? He asked. Of who they were, she said, her voice scraping against the stone. She reached toward the wooden horse and drew her hand back before she touched it. Geralt lifted the lamp closer. A name had been cut into the toy's belly with a knife point, the letters shallow and uneven. Toman. The woman in the orchard, he said. Her boy. The old woman nodded and told him the fever had taken the child in the winter before the first green harvest, that the mother had wailed until her throat bled and then drunk from the well. And forgot, Geralt said, forgot the room where he died. The old woman said, forgot his face, kept the horse because her hands knew it, though she did not. Water stirred around Geralt's ankles. A pale thread rose from between two stones and reached toward the toy, and he pinned it with the silver knife. The fiber writhed without sound. Black liquid welled from the cut and spread across the water in a thin skin, and the singing above faltered for half a breath before it recovered. Geralt scraped the severed piece into a glass vial and stoppered it. What was left of the strand withdrew into the crack in the wall. Did they all know, he asked her. Some know for moments, she said. And when he asked what happened then, she said, the sweetness comes back. She tapped 2 fingers against her ruined mouth. Pain keeps a door open. That is why I bite. Geralt looked at the scars along her lips, the flesh chewed white where tooth had met tooth through many nights. She held his gaze and did not lower her hand. Upstream, something struck stone, once, then twice, heavy and measured from somewhere ahead. Geralt pinched out the lamp and darkness took the culvert. The old woman's breath quickened behind him, but she made no sound. He listened until the singing above thinned beneath the rush of water and the far-off working of the mill. Another strike came, then a wet, dragging noise. He moved forward with one palm on the wall. After 20 paces, the passage widened, and air touched his face, cool and still, smelling of apples opened by frost. A faint light showed ahead, pale enough to have no color in it. Geralt crouched at the mouth of the culvert. Beyond lay a chamber cut through earth and old stone, roots forming much of the ceiling, braided into arches thicker than a man's body. Under them stood a circular basin carved from black rock. Water came in through cracks around its rim and spilled out into channels that ran away beneath the valley. 4 villagers knelt around it, their clothes wet to the waist. One was Mara from the ale house. Beside her knelt the man missing 2 fingers. A young shepherd Geralt had seen driving sheep near the southern ridge, and a woman with a scar across her brow. All of them faced the basin with their hands open on their thighs. A 5th figure stood at the far side, and it wore the shape of a man, tall and narrow, dressed in a dark robe that hung dry under the dripping roots. It leaned over the basin with both hands submerged. Long hair lay smooth against its back, pale as flax left in rainwater. Its face showed only in the reflection, features too fine and too still to belong to anything living. The eyes closed, the mouth curved in something that might have passed for tenderness from a distance. Geralt watched the hands. The fingers beneath the water were too long. One of them moved without bending at the joints and curled around Mara's wrist like a pale root, and she sighed, and the sound took more than breath with it. A shadow rose from her mouth, thin as smoke, trembled above the basin, darkened and sank toward the waiting hand. The figure drank it through the skin. Mara's shoulders lowered. "What do you give?" the figure asked, its voice coming from the water rather than the throat. "My brother," Mara said, gentle about it. "How did he die?" "In the snow." "Was he afraid?" "Yes." Her face did not change. "Did he call for you?" "Yes." The figure opened its eyes in the reflection. They were black from edge to edge. "Give me the calling." Mara breathed in, and Geralt saw the memory leave her. It came out as a deeper strand than the first, with shapes inside it. A bent tree, white ground, a boy's mouth opening beneath a fall of snow, and the image stretched across the basin and vanished into the creature's hand. Mara smiled and said she had no brother. Beside her, the missing-fingered man leaned forward, eager. Geralt reached back and pressed 2 fingers to the old woman's wrist to keep her still. Her pulse beat hard beneath the bandage. The creature turned to the kneeling man and asked what he gave. "My hand," he said. "You still have one." "The other." He lifted the maimed hand, and the creature drew it toward the basin and asked how it was lost. "In the threshing wheel." "Who stopped the wheel?" "My daughter." "Where is she?" The man's brow creased, and for a moment the smile slipped, and he whispered that she was buried. "Give me the earth on her face," the creature said. His mouth opened. Geralt moved. He cast Ard from the culvert mouth, and the blast took the basin broadside, hurling water and fragments of black stone across the chamber. The kneeling villagers went down. Roots snapped overhead. The creature folded backward with impossible grace, hands tearing free of the water, and its face changed as it rose, the beauty thinning across the bone, while the mouth widened farther than the jaw allowed. Geralt crossed the chamber before the last of the water came down. He did not draw silver. The steel pommel took the missing-fingered man at the temple and dropped him before he could get up. Geralt caught Mara by the collar and flung her behind the basin as the shepherd lunged with a stone knife pulled from his belt. The blade grazed his mail. He trapped the wrist, turned it outward, and drove the man face first into the basin rim. Teeth broke against stone, and the shepherd sagged, alive but senseless. The scarred woman came from the other side with both hands hooked toward his eyes. He stepped under her reach and struck her once below the breastbone, and the breath went out of her, and he lowered her to the floor as her knees failed. The creature had not moved from beyond the basin. Its robe had opened. Beneath it hung a body pale and ribbed like the underside of a mushroom, cords of translucent flesh descending from the belly into cracks in the stone, pulsing in time with the fibers inside the walls. "You cut what is mine," it said. Geralt drew the silver sword, and the sound of the blade clearing the scabbard filled the chamber. The black eyes went past him to the old woman coming out of the culvert. "Ilva." She stopped. Geralt did not look back, only asked if that was her name, and her mouth worked once before the sound came. "Was?" The creature smiled wider and told her she had come so often, even after she learned that pain could keep her from it. Ilva clutched the lamp against her chest. "You took Lena," she said. I quieted her. You ate her. I took what hurt. The robe slipped from one shoulder. Faces moved beneath the creature's skin, pressing outward and fading before they became whole. A child, a bearded man, a woman with her mouth open in song. Ylva made a strangled sound. Geralt shifted his footing to stand between her and the basin and asked it what it was. The creature tilted its head. A kindness. Its cords tightened beneath the floor, and the chamber changed. Warm sunlight spilled through the root ceiling, where there was no opening. The basin became a polished table laid with bread and roasted meat. The kneeling villagers were gone under grass. Ylva stood beside Geralt, younger, her mouth unscarred and her hair black, both hands resting on the shoulders of a laughing woman. Lena. The false valley stretched away in front of them, green and bright, every roof whole, every grave empty. Geralt smelled summer rain. Something brushed the inside of his thoughts, hunting for a shape it could soften, and it passed over Kaer Morhen in winter. The long road, faces lost to years and violence, and found no easy door left open anywhere. The illusion pressed harder. Behind him a voice spoke in a tone he had not heard in a very long time, and Geralt closed his eyes and drove the silver blade through the stone floor. The sword struck one of the buried cords, and the false sunlight tore apart. The creature screamed through every mouth beneath its skin. The chamber came back in a rush of black water and broken stone, one cord thrashing free and spraying dark fluid across the roots. Geralt ripped the blade upward and severed it. Then the thing sprang. It crossed the basin without touching the ground. Claws opened where its fingers had been, each long enough to pierce a man through the ribs. Geralt caught the first strike on silver, let the force turn him sideways, and cut across the pale chest as it passed. The wound opened black. No blood fell. Faces poured out of it instead, coming as whispers and cries and half-spoken names, filling the chamber until the roots shook and the creature recoiled with both hands pressed to the cut. On the floor, the villagers began to wake. Mara rolled onto her side and screamed for her brother. The missing-fingered man stared at his ruined hand and started clawing at the earth. Above them, the singing stopped, and what followed was louder. Across the valley, grief returned all at once, coming up through wells and roots and stone, hundreds of voices breaking open beneath the green fields. The creature lifted its head toward the sound, mouth trembling with hunger. Geralt seized Ylva by the shoulder and pushed her toward the culvert. "Take them out," he told her. She looked at the villagers writhing around the basin and said they would fight her, and he said then drag them. She wanted to know what he meant to do. The creature was unfolding to its full height by then, more limbs pressing beneath the skin along its flanks, seeking a way through. Geralt pulled the silver sword free of the severed cord. "Find where it keeps the rest." The creature tore itself open. Its pale chest split along the wound he had made, ribs peeling apart like wet reeds, and 4 narrow limbs unfolded from within, jointed backward and tipped with hooked black claws. The fair head stayed above them, hair hanging smooth around a face that still wore its tender smile. Ylva dragged Mara toward the culvert, and the alewife fought her, twisting in the old woman's grip, reaching back toward the broken basin. "My brother," Mara gasped. "He was cold. I left him there." "He died 40 years ago," Ylva said. "I left him." "You were a child." Mara struck her hard enough to open the wound at Ylva's mouth, and Ylva held on. Geralt stepped between them and the creature as it came over the shattered basin. Its first limb struck low, carving 3 white lines through the stone where his leg had been. The second came from above. He caught it against the flat of the silver blade, turned with the blow, and cut through a joint that bent the wrong way. The severed limb hit the floor and went on clawing. Black vapor poured from the stump, with voices traveling inside it, sharp and overlapping, each crying a different name. The creature recoiled only long enough for the human face to look down at the wound with mild surprise. "You return pain to them," it said. Geralt kicked the severed limb beneath the basin and told it they had that before it came. "They begged me to take it," the creature said, and spread its remaining limbs across the chamber walls, claws sinking into root and stone. The cords descending from its belly tightened, drew it backward, and flung it across the room with the force of a released bowstring. Geralt dropped. The body passed above him with the robe snapping through the air. He rolled beneath a root arch and came up beside the scarred woman as she stirred, and her eyes opened on the creature clinging upside down to the ceiling. She smiled at it. "Quiet me," she whispered, and one claw reached down. Geralt drove his shoulder into her and carried her out of its path. The claw struck the floor and shattered a stone channel, and water burst upward and spread around their boots. The creature twisted on the ceiling. Its human mouth opened, but the sound came out of the pale fibers in every wall. "Kneel." The word entered through bone. Mara collapsed at once. The shepherd sagged against the basin, blood running from his broken mouth. Even Ilva bent, one knee striking the flooded floor, while she clenched both hands over her ears. Pressure built behind Geralt's eyes, and his muscles tightened against his will, demanding stillness, obedience. Surrender? There was no threat in the command at all. It promised warmth, sleep, the end of every road. He bit down until blood touched his tongue, and the pain split the word. Geralt threw a moondust bomb against the ceiling. Silver powder and salt burst across the roots in a white cloud, and the creature shrieked as the dust clung to its skin and gave up every hidden limb and cord in a hard, glittering outline. The glamour failed around its face. Beauty collapsed into a long, lidless skull with a mouth cut almost to the ears. It fell, and Geralt met it with silver. The blade went in beneath the jaw and came out through the side of the neck, and dark fluid sprayed hot across his gauntlet, carrying the smell of bruised pears and opened graves. He tore the sword free before the limbs could close around him. A claw caught his shoulder. Mail rings snapped, and the strike spun him into the basin, stone driving the breath out of his lungs. But his sword stayed in his hand. Across the chamber, Ilva hauled Mara into the culvert. The scarred woman crawled after them of her own will, sobbing a man's name into the water, and the shepherd tried to rise and slipped in his blood. The creature turned toward the culvert. Geralt drew a short breath and cast Igni into the spilled moon dust. Flame ran white across the floor and climbed the creature's limbs, fed by silver powder and the dark slime leaking from its wounds. The human robe burned away. Beneath it, the body contracted, folding inward, and the roots overhead convulsed. Every channel in the chamber began to boil. The creature struck at the flames with its claws and only smeared the fire across its own flesh. Faces surfaced all along its sides, mouths stretched open in silent pain, and one of them belonged to a young woman with Ilva's eyes. "Mother," it called. Ilva stopped at the culvert mouth. Geralt saw her turn. The creature's burning body softened, and Lena stepped out of it, clothed in a blue dress, black hair loose around her shoulders, no wound on her anywhere. Her voice came clear above the crackle of fire. "Mother, I was lost." Ylva released Mara and took one step back into the chamber. Geralt seized the severed claw from beneath the basin and hurled it, and the black hook passed through Lena's face. The illusion burst into a spray of pale threads. Ylva staggered as though struck. Then her expression hardened around the ruin of her mouth, and she grabbed Mara again and pulled her into the culvert without looking back. The creature abandoned the chase. Its limbs drove into the floor around Geralt, and the stone split. One claw caught his sword arm and pinned the sleeve against the basin rim. Another closed around his throat and tightened. Geralt struck twice with his free hand at the wrist, and bone shifted beneath the slick skin, yielding without breaking. The creature drew him closer until its true face hung a hand's breadth from his own. Black eyes held no reflection. "You are full," it whispered, and thin filaments came out of its mouth and brushed his cheek. Cold entered through the touch, and the chamber vanished. Snow lay over a courtyard wall. A wolf medallion hung from a peg beside an empty bed, and somewhere below men shouted, steel rang, and a boy's breath came too fast in the dark. The image changed before he could fix it. A riverbank, then a tower, then a face beneath falling ash. The creature searched deeper, and its grip loosened with hunger. Geralt let it come one breath farther, then brought his forehead down against its face. Bone cracked, the filaments recoiled. He wrenched his sword arm free, losing leather and mail to the claw, and drove the silver edge across the creature's mouth. Teeth and black fluid struck the basin. It reeled. He did not follow. The severed cords on the floor had begun dragging themselves toward the cracks beneath the far wall. Every pale fiber in the chamber pulled the same way, retreating from flame and silver, sliding through a narrow opening behind the root arches. Too small for the creature's body, wide enough for whatever fed it. The rest of it lay down there. Geralt caught the shepherd by the collar and hauled him to the culvert, the man's boots knocking against stone all the way. "Take him," he called, and Ylva's hand came out of the darkness to catch the shepherd under one arm while Mara took the other, weeping so hard she could barely draw breath. Between them they dragged him into the passage. The creature gathered itself beside the ruined basin. Fire had eaten through half of it. One side of the long skull hung bare and blackened, and the remaining limbs folded close about its ribs, but the cords underneath were swelling, pumping fresh darkness up from somewhere past the wall, and the burns were closing. Geralt watched new skin knit over exposed bone. The chamber was only a mouth. He struck Quen across himself as the creature sprang. Its weight hit the shield in a burst of gold. The sign broke at once, but the impact turned the leap aside, and creature and witcher went through the braided roots along the far wall together. Earth came down around them. Geralt lost the sword for half a heartbeat, found the grip under his palm, cut upward through a limb wrapped round his waist. The creature thrashed in the falling soil. Roots snapped and whipped across the chamber, each one spilling black sap. The wall opened. Beyond it a shaft went down, lined with old masonry, narrow at the top and widening into darkness below. Pale cords filled the drop, hundreds of them twined together around bones, rusted tools, strips of rotted cloth. A warm wind came up from underneath. heavy with the smell that had tainted every well in the valley. The creature clung to the broken edge, limbs hooked into the stones while the cords reeled it backward, drawing its wounded body toward the shaft. It was not fleeing, it was withdrawing toward strength. Geralt cut at the nearest bundle and silver passed through 3 cords before the other snapped away and the shaft answered with a deep convulsion. Far above, something heavy collapsed. Then came the crack of timber and the sudden roar of water. The mill had stopped. The creature dropped into the dark. Geralt reached the edge in time to see it descending among the cords, body folding smaller as it sank, pale fibers closing over it until only the black eyes were left. "You cannot cut a root from its own earth," it said. Then the dark swallowed its face, and behind him the chamber ceiling groaned. Water surged through the broken channels, brown now, carrying dead beetles and clots of black matter and fragments of human hair. The basin shifted on its cracked base. Ylva called from the culvert, "Witcher." And he turned. She stood knee-deep in the passage with Mara and the others behind her, the old woman holding the lamp high, its flame steady again and yellow. The way was closing, she told him, and it was. Roots pushing through the culvert walls, thickening across the stones to seal it. Outside, voices rose from the orchard, no longer singing. Men shouted, women screamed. Somewhere a child called for someone dead these several years. Geralt looked down the shaft. The cords moved in a slow spiral around the drop, and bone showed between them. Skulls, finger joints, the curve of a small rib cage. Far below, a red glow pulsed under the water, brightening with each beat. A second bell sounded from the depths. That one was not calling the villagers. It called the thing home. He took a coil of rope from his pouch, tied it round the thickest stone root beside the opening, tested the knot once, and looked toward Ylva. "Get them above ground," he said. She told him he could not go alone. He said he could go faster. The old woman's gaze moved to the shaft and stayed there, and for a moment the lines around her eyes softened, and Geralt saw how tired she had been before the valley took even that from her. "Lena is down there," she said. "Something wearing what it took from her is down there." Ylva swallowed, then nodded and turned toward the culvert. Geralt looped the rope round his forearm, took the silver sword between his teeth, and stepped over the edge. The warm darkness opened beneath him. Above, the broken chamber folded inward with a roar of stone and roots, and the rope jerked taut. Stone struck the shaft walls and spun past him into the dark. He locked one forearm round the line, braced both boots against the old masonry, and waited while dust poured over him in a choking wave. The knot held. Somewhere overhead, roots twisted through the falling rubble with the slow strength of hands closing around a wound. When the last of the heavy stones had gone by, he took the sword from his teeth and went on down. The shaft widened below the first 10 fathoms. Its walls changed from fitted blocks to raw earth packed hard around older ruins, and the pale cords thickened until they filled most of the space. Some thin as thread, others broader than his wrist, all of them descending toward the red glow. Faces surfaced inside them when the light pulsed, stretched long beneath translucent skin, and vanished when the darkness came back. Geralt lowered himself between the bundles, where cords crossed his path. He pressed the flat of the silver blade against them instead of cutting, and they recoiled from the metal, tightening against bone and stone, leaving a narrow gap for his boots. The movement traveled downward through the shaft. Something below answered it. The rope shivered. He looked up. A pale filament had wound itself round the line, several fathoms above him, and another joined it, then another, crawling along the hemp toward the knot. He shifted his weight to the wall and drew his steel dagger. One cut would send him down with the stones, so he climbed instead, hand over hand, boots finding holds between skulls and roots, until the first filament reached for his wrist. The dagger flashed. He severed it and caught the black spray on his sleeve, and the others tightened, sawing at the rope with ridged edges that had been hidden under their smooth skin. Geralt wrapped the line twice round his left arm and kicked away from the wall. He swung across the shaft, struck the far side shoulder first, and drove the silver sword through a broad cord, anchoring several thinner strands. The root convulsed. Its children tore free of the rope and snapped back toward the wound, knotting round the blade. He let go of the hilt. The sword stayed buried. Geralt caught a protruding stone with both hands as the rope parted above him, and the severed end whipped down and vanished past his legs. For a breath, he hung over the dark, fingertips locked against crumbling mortar. A human jaw stuck out of the earth beside his right hand, teeth clenched round a strip of green cloth. Below, the red pulse brightened. A broad cord rose from the depths, unhurried, bending toward him like the neck of a blind serpent. Geralt pulled himself onto a ledge scarcely wider than his boot, flattened against the wall, and drew the steel sword as the cord came level with him. Its end opened into a ring of pale folds, and a voice came out of the inside of it. "Stay." Lena's voice. The folds widened. Behind them waited rows of black barbs, soft at first, hardening as they touched the air. Geralt cut through the mouth, steel bit shallow. The cord recoiled and struck the shaft wall hard enough to dislodge earth and bones, and the impact widened the ledge under him. He drove his boot into the new gap, turned the sword, and hacked at the same wound until dark fluid burst across the stones. The cord withdrew into the depths. Its pain traveled through every strand in the shaft. Faces surfaced around him, dozens at once, eyes opening beneath the translucent skin, their mouths moving in a single whisper. "Stay." He pulled the silver sword free of the wounded root and went down without the rope. The cords themselves gave him the way. He stepped on the thickest bundles, tested each under his weight, moved from one to the next, while they writhed away from his boots. And when a strand reached for his ankle, he pinned it with silver and used the recoil to carry himself lower. The red glow sharpened beneath him and showed a floor of black water crowded with stone pillars. The shaft opened into a buried hall. Geralt dropped the last 6 feet and landed knee-deep in warm water. The sound ran outward between the pillars, and the ripples struck walls lost in shadow and came back carrying whispers, sobs, fragments of speech. The hall had been a temple once, or a burial place. Carved lintels leaned at broken angles above flooded passages, and stone figures stood in their alcoves with the faces chiseled away. Pale roots descended everywhere. They wrapped the pillars, entered cracks in the floor, and gathered around a broad mound at the center of the hall, a low hill of roots and bones and hardened black slime rising out of the water. A red light pulsed inside it, visible through gaps in the woven cords. Geralt stood still until the ripples faded. The creature was nowhere in sight. He drew a small vial from his belt and poured out the black fluid he had taken in the culvert, and it spread across the surface in branching lines before it began to drift against the current toward the central mound. The source drew its own blood home. Geralt followed. Each step stirred things beneath the surface. Wooden bowls, a child's shoe, rusted shears, and once his boot touched a skull that rolled away through the water, trailing a braid of pale fibers from its open mouth. At the first pillar, he found fingernail marks cut into the stone. They began above the water line and went down beneath it. Someone had tried to climb while being pulled under. A strand dropped from the ceiling behind him. Geralt saw the reflection before it touched his shoulder, turned, caught it around his forearm, and pulled. The filament tightened. Something moved on the far side of the pillar, so he hauled once, hard, and a body came sliding through the water, wrapped from throat to heel in translucent roots. It struck the pillar and hung there. The body was fresh. A woman's face showed beneath the fibers, eyes open and wet, black hair drifting around her cheeks. Her blue dress had rotted to gray at the hem, though the flesh beneath it stayed young. Lena. Her gaze found him. "Mother," she whispered, and the roots around her throat moved with the word. Geralt pressed 2 fingers beneath her jaw. No pulse. The skin was warm because the water was warm. He asked if she could hear him, and her eyes shifted toward the central mound, and she said Mother had come back. He told her she had gone above. Lena's mouth trembled. It said she would. The strand around Geralt's arm tightened and dragged him forward. He planted a boot against the pillar, cut himself free, and slashed across the fibers, covering Lena's chest. The roots opened and darkness spilled out. No organs beneath them, no blood, no bone. Her shape was a hollow woven from threads, a likeness kept intact around an emptiness. The face collapsed inward first, cheeks folding, eyes sinking, and the black hair dissolved into a nest of pale cords. The thing had preserved only the part it could use. A claw broke the water behind him. Geralt turned as the creature rose. Its burned body had changed again. The long skull had split into 3 narrow plates around a pulsing throat, and the surviving limbs had shortened and thickened where they joined the torso. Cords fed straight into its spine from the central mound. Geralt cut at the nearest connection. The creature struck his blade aside and drove him through the water, and a pillar stopped his fall, stone cracking behind his shoulder. Before the next blow came, he plunged beneath the surface. The water closed hot around his face. Down there, the creature's body blurred among hundreds of pale strands, all moving together, and sight gave him little. So he followed pressure instead, the wake of the descending claw, and rolled beneath it as black hooks tore through the water where his ribs had been. His hand found a loose chain on the floor. He seized it, rose behind the creature, and looped the rusted links around one thick limb, the other end still fixed beneath a fallen slab. Geralt twisted the chain twice and kicked the creature toward the mound. The limbs stretched, its joints bent farther than flesh should allow, then locked. The creature tore forward and the chain held. Geralt ran the silver blade through the pinned limb at the narrowest point, and it came away with a wet crack. The creature twisted and struck him across the chest with another claw. He hit the water and slid beneath it, and the silver sword left his hand. Black water filled his mouth. Geralt found the floor with one knee, pushed upward and surfaced beside the central mound. His breastplate bore 3 long furrows, warmth spreading beneath the leather, but his breath still came clean. The creature gathered itself near the pillars with one limb hanging from the chain. Between them, the lost sword sank through a web of fine roots. Geralt reached for it. The mound opened. Pale cords burst around his arm and pulled him shoulder deep into the woven mass, and faces pressed against him from every side. Mara's brother beneath the snow, Tommen burning with fever, Lena singing in a doorway. Men and women he had never seen opened their mouths inside the roots and poured grief through touch, and the weight of it struck harder than any command. His hand stopped inches from the sword. The mound gave him no visions of his own. It flooded him with the valley's dead. Each memory kept sharp, sweetened, ripened, and stored beneath the green fields. He felt ropes cutting wrists, cold earth on a child's face, the silence after a wife stopped singing. Hundreds of losses crowded his bones until his body forgot which pain belonged to it. The creature came through the water. Geralt drove the steel dagger into his own thigh. The wound burned clear and immediate, and his hand closed around the silver hilt. He tore free of the roots, leaving strips of leather and skin behind, and turned as the creature reached him. Silver entered the pulsing throat between the plates of its skull, and he drove until the point struck the cords feeding its spine. The creature convulsed. The mound answered. Every stored face opened its mouth, and the sound lifted water from the floor in trembling rings. Geralt twisted the blade and cut downward. The throat split, then the first of the spinal cords, and black fluid poured over his hands. The creature seized him around the waist and pulled him close. Its skull plates folded inward around his shoulder, barbs piercing mail and flesh. Geralt let go of the sword. With both hands free, he drew a dimeridium bomb from his belt, bit through the waxed tie, and thrust it into the open wound beneath the creature's throat. Its black eyes widened. Geralt struck the fuse against the iron guard of his dagger. Sparks caught, and he tore himself out of the creature's grip and plunged into the water as the bomb burst inside it. A dull white flash filled the hall. The glamour died first. All the faces vanished from the roots. Lena, Tommen, the frozen boy, the nameless dead, went dark at once, leaving only pale cords wrapped around bone. Then the creature fell against the central mound, and for the first time the red pulse beneath the valley missed a beat. The mist beat traveled through the buried hall. Water flattened around Geralt, then drew sharply toward the mound. Loose bones slid across the floor. Chains tightened against fallen stone. Every root descending from the ceiling pulled taut at once, and the pillars groaned under the strain. Geralt surfaced through black water and dragged air into his lungs. The creature lay folded against the mound, limbs twitching in slow, uneven strokes, white vapor leaking from the wound where the dimeridium had burst and stripping the last of the borrowed shape from its flesh. What remained had no likeness to man: a narrow trunk plated in gray membrane, a split skull, hooked limbs, a web of cords sunk deep into the root mass behind it. The silver sword still stood through its throat. Geralt reached for the hilt, and the mound opened beneath his boots. A root thicker than his thigh struck upward and caught him across the ribs. He flew into a pillar, shoulder and spine hitting stone together. The sword stayed where it was, vibrating in the creature's wound. Water rose around his chest before he got his footing back. The channels leading out of the hall had reversed. Instead of carrying water outward beneath the valley, they poured it back into the chamber in dark, swelling streams bringing mud and dead leaves and grain husks with it. Somewhere above, wells were emptying into the earth. The creature lifted one claw. Its cords tightened. A second pulse moved through the mound, weak but deliberate. Geralt drew his dagger and cut the strap beneath his dented breastplate. The armor went into the water with a splash. Blood ran warm from the punctures in his shoulder and side, but none of the wounds. Breathed with his lungs, and that was all he needed to know. He planted a boot against the pillar and shoved off as another root tore through the place where he had been standing. The hall was waking around him. Fine fibers rose from the water in clusters, climbed the stone figures in their alcoves, went in through the broken mouths, and pulled the old carvings forward. One statue fell face first and shattered. Another stayed upright with its stone arms jerking while roots worked through the cracks in the elbows. The thing had fed the valley through the mound, and now the valley was feeding it back. Geralt waded toward the nearest channel while the creature struggled to get itself upright. The current fought him the whole way. Grain pressed against his legs, then apples, then a dead hen turning slowly in the black water with its neck twisted under one wing. At the channel, mouth-pale cords had formed a dense grate across the stones. He drew a grape-shot bomb, wedged it between the roots, turned away, and covered his face. The blast took out the grate and part of the wall with it. Water punched through the opening in a hard brown torrent, dragging roots, bone, and broken masonry into the passage beyond, and the level in the hall dropped by a hand's breadth. The creature screamed. No borrowed voices remained in the sound. It was thin, furious, and animal, and it scraped along the buried stone until grit came down from the lintels. Geralt moved to the next channel. A hooked limb came through the spray and caught his dagger arm, claws closing below the elbow. He turned with the pull, stepped onto the creature's bent knee, and drove his heel into the wound in its throat. The silver sword sank deeper. Black fluid burst from between the skull plates, and the creature flung him aside. He rolled through the shallows, came up near the central mound, and saw the roots knitting over the second channel before he could reach it. Cutting the exits one by one would take too long. He looked upward. The roots feeding the mound came down in great columns between the pillars, some dark with earth, others pale and swollen with water, each joining the central mass at a different depth. The pattern was uneven everywhere, except along the eastern side, where 6 thick bundles entered through a line of old stone arches. Behind them came the pulse. Geralt stepped closer and put his palm against one of the roots. Warmth thudded beneath the surface, and the beat traveled sideways rather than down. The heart lay beyond the wall. The creature lunged before he could move. Geralt cast Yrden across the flooded floor, and the violet ring flared beneath the water, dimmed by mud but holding. When the creature crossed its edge, the cords along its spine stiffened. Its foremost limbs struck the shallows and stayed there half a breath, slowed as though the water had deepened around them. Half a breath was enough. He seized the silver hilt, planted a foot against the creature's chest, and pulled, and the blade came free. In a rush of black blood, he cut through the first spinal cord. The creature's left side collapsed, 2 limbs folding uselessly beneath it and scraping furrows across the floor. He struck again at the second cord, but the Yrden ring flickered as roots rose through it and tore the sign apart. Then the creature moved fast enough to blur. One claw opened Geralt's forearm. Another struck the sword from line. A third caught his thigh and drove him knee-deep into the mound. Faces surfaced around his leg. No features left on them now, only soft depressions where mouths and eyes had been, though the stored grief was still inside. It came in through the torn leather at his knee and pressed weight into his limbs. He brought the silver pommel down against the mound, and the impact did nothing, so he reversed the blade and drove the point through the nearest faceless shape. The grief broke into fragments. A winter room, a still infant wrapped in wool, a man washing blood from a door before dawn. The images burst and vanished. The roots around Geralt's leg went slack, and he tore himself free. The creature struck again. He caught the claw between silver edge and crossguard, twisted until the hooked fingers locked, stepped across the trapped limb and cut through its wrist. The severed claw fell into the water. The creature recoiled toward the mound with its wounded limbs gathering beneath it. It had stopped trying to shape a human face, but a voice still came out of the roots around the hall. "You break shelter." Geralt wiped blood from his eye with the back of his wrist and told it he'd found the larder. "They came starving," the roots said. "You fed them," he said. "They gave." The mound pulsed. A tremor rolled through the eastern wall. Dust poured between the stones, and the 6 root columns swelled together. Geralt watched their surfaces tighten. One carried clear water, another dark sap, a third something thicker, almost black. All 6 joined behind the same cracked arch. He backed toward the fallen chain, and the creature followed, dragging its ruined side, saying he would leave them empty. Geralt hooked the chain beneath the intact forelimb and said it had already done that. Then he pulled. The fixed end still lay under the fallen slab, so the chain tightened around the limb and drew the creature sideways. It tore at the links, but he had never meant to hold it. He needed the angle. The creature's body turned away from the eastern wall. Geralt ran. Water struck his knees and roots snapped at his boots. He crossed the space between pillars, leaped onto the broken base of a statue, and drove Ard into the cracked arch at arm's length. Stone exploded inward, and the wall gave way behind the 6 root columns. A chamber waited beyond, small and round, sealed beneath the older hall. The roots had grown around a dark red mass suspended above a dry stone basin. It was no heart shaped by flesh, though it beat like one, layer upon layer of translucent membrane wrapping human bones, locks of hair, teeth, and blackened offerings into a swollen knot broader than a cartwheel. With each pulse, sweetness moved through the roots. With each pause, something inside the knot shifted. Geralt stepped through the breach. The creature shrieked behind him and tore free of the chain, leaving half its forelimb caught in the links, and came across the hall on the remaining claws, breaking the water into black spray. Geralt took a vial of necrophage oil from his belt, smashed it against the silver blade, and spread the slick with his thumb. The buried knot beat faster. He cut the first root column where it entered the membrane, and the blade bit through. Water burst from the severed end, clear and cold, and the shock knocked him against the basin. Above them, the valley answered with a distant roar, as if every well had opened at once. The creature struck through the breach. Its claw caught Geralt across the back and drove him against the knot. Membrane yielded beneath his hands, warm and trembling, shapes moving inside it and pressing outward through the red layers. The creature pinned him there, and its split skull opened around his head. Geralt let the silver sword fall. His left hand closed around the severed root at his feet. His right found the torch stub in his pouch, wrapped in waxed cloth. He struck the flint against the basin rim. The first spark died. The creature's barbs touched his neck. The second caught, and he thrust the flame into the open root. Fire raced through the oil on the sword below, climbed the severed column, and entered the membrane. The buried heart ignited from within. Red light became white. The creature released him and turned toward the knot as every root in the chamber convulsed. Bones cracked inside the burning mass. Teeth burst through the membrane like hail. Flames traveled outward in branching lines, following the sweet sap through all 6 columns. Geralt seized the silver sword and cut a second root, then a third. The creature threw itself across the fire. He met it at the breach. Silver went in beneath the opened skull and passed through the last cord in its spine, and he held the blade there while the burning heart pulled against both of them, roots tightening around stone, bone, and flesh. The cord parted. The creature fell. Behind it, the heart split down the middle. Black water carried Geralt and the creature back into the buried hall, and with them came blood and pale fibers, and everything the chamber had held. Pillars went under, the ceiling roots tore free one after another, and far above the green valley began to collapse into its own empty veins. The flood struck Geralt against a pillar and carried him around it. Water filled the hall from floor to lintel, thick with roots, bones, and pieces of the burning heart. He caught a carved edge with one hand, while the current tore at his legs. Below him, the silver sword, knocked against stone, held only by the strap around his wrist, and the creature passed in the surge with its body folded around the wound in its spine. 3 limbs trailed uselessly. The remaining claws opened and closed as it turned beneath the water, searching for purchase, and fire burned inside the split skull, shining through gray membrane, and each convulsion sent pale fibers writhing from its wounds. Then the eastern chamber collapsed. A wall of stone and earth came through the breach and drove the flood across the hall, and the pillar beneath Geralt's hand shifted. He let go before it fell, and let the current take him towards the old shaft. Roots descended there in a vast, tangled curtain, snapping one after another as the burning sap reached them, some recoiling upward, others peeling from the walls to drop into the water with skulls and rusted tools bound inside their coils. Geralt surfaced beneath the shaft mouth. The rope was gone. Where the chamber had collapsed, the walls above had narrowed, leaving a broken climb of exposed stones, hanging roots, and packed earth, and the water rose behind him. As the channels clogged with debris, he reached for the lowest root, and it moved away from his hand. Another curled around his ankle. He drove the silver point through that one and pinned it to the wall, and the strand tightened, giving him a hold, and he climbed over his own blade, found a stone ledge with his right boot, and pulled himself above the flood. Something closed around his calf. The creature had come up out of the water below, and its remaining forelimb hooked through the torn leather of Geralt's boot and dragged him down. He struck the shaft wall chest first. His fingers slipped from wet stone, and for an instant he hung by the claw buried beside his shin while the creature's black eyes opened beneath the surface. He kicked at the skull. The first blow glanced from bone. The second drove one of the plates inward, but the claw only tightened. So he drew the steel dagger and cut through the leather of his own boot, and the creature tore the empty lower half away. Geralt climbed barefoot on one side, blood and cold stone beneath his sole, the silver sword scraping behind him and swinging from its strap. He gained another ledge before the creature struck the wall and began hauling itself upward. It climbed through the roots instead of over them. Pale cords opened to receive its claws, tightening around the wounded body and lifting it toward him. And though the burning heart had severed much of its strength, the remaining network still knew its master. Geralt stopped beneath a jut of old masonry. Above it, 3 heavy stones rested under a mat of roots, the earth around them washed away. He drove the steel dagger into the narrowest gap and levered until mortar cracked. The creature reached for his leg. He pulled the dagger free and struck the stone with ard. The sign burst through the shaft. Masonry fell in a single mass, and the creature vanished beneath it, carried downward with broken roots and black water. One stone clipped Geralt's shoulder as it passed, turning him against the wall, but the ledge held, and below, the flood swallowed the impact. He climbed. The shaft bent toward the old chamber beneath the orchard. Much of the passage had caved in, forcing him through a gap between roots scarcely wide enough for his shoulders. Warm sap dripped onto his hair. Every few breaths, the earth trembled, and the passage tightened around him before settling again. Then a voice came from inside the wall, saying his name, and it wore Ylva's voice. He kept moving. It called him Witcher, and the roots beside his face softened into lips and told him he had left them. Geralt drew the silver knife and sliced through the mouth as he passed. Black sap ran down the wall. The voice broke into a hiss and followed him through the roots, saying he had broken the wells, saying he had burned the fields. Ahead, a pale light showed through earth and tangled wood, and he pushed toward it. The passage opened beneath the orchard in a burst of loose soil. He clawed through roots, found empty air, and pulled himself into the ditch where Ylva had hidden the entrance. Evening light lay red across the valley. The orchard was dying. Leaves blackened at the edges as he watched. Pears split open on the branches, with their flesh gray and crawling with white worms, whole trees leaning where the ground had sunk beneath them, roots exposed and glistening like drowned limbs. Smoke rose from the hamlet. Geralt stood, favoring the bare foot, and listened. No singing remained. People shouted from every quarter. A woman screamed a name until the voice failed. Men ran between houses carrying buckets from wells that gave only mud. Children cried beneath the lime tree, and the old carver struck his own head against the trough and demanded to know where his wife had gone. Ylva knelt beside the orchard wall. Mara lay near her, conscious and shaking, both hands pressed to her face. The shepherd sat with his back against a tree, blood dried over his chin, and the scarred woman wandered among the fallen pears, calling for Toman. Ylva saw Geralt and rose, and her eyes went to the empty boot, the blood on his armor, the black fluid drying on the silver blade, and she asked him if it was dead. The ground beneath them shifted. A line opened across the orchard floor, running from the ditch toward the graveyard, and the trees dropped into it one after another, while dust and roots rose through the sinking earth. Geralt turned toward the split. No. The creature came out beneath the lime tree. Stone burst from the well mouth. The wooden frame lifted and overturned as a mass of pale cords forced through the shaft, carrying the creature above them like a carcass on a wave. Its body had been crushed nearly flat. Half the skull was gone. Fire still glowed within its ribs. The villagers nearest the well stopped screaming and looked up, and the creature opened what remained of its mouth and told them to come. Several moved at once. Mara staggered from the orchard before Ylva caught her. The old carver dropped his knife and walked toward the well with blood running from his brow, and 2 children left their mother's arms and crossed the green hand in hand. Geralt ran. His bare foot struck stones and broken crockery, and each step left blood in the dust. He passed the smithy as its roof sagged, crossed between fleeing villagers, and reached the common green before the first child touched the roots. He swept the silver blade low. 3 fibers parted. The children fell backward, screaming as though waking from a fall, and Geralt seized both by their collars and flung them toward their mother. The creature turned its black eye upon him. Its command rolled across the green, and every villager stopped. For one heartbeat, the valley became calm again. Smoke climbed without wind. The dying trees stood still. Men held buckets above empty troughs. Women knelt over the missing. Children stared through tears, no longer falling. Geralt heard the thing moving inside his head. It had little left to offer. No summer fields appeared. No dead voice called from behind him. Only silence, deep and warm, spreading through pain until the sword in his hand began to feel distant. The old woman crossed the green. Ylva carried the church bell in both hands. It was smaller than Geralt had expected, green with age and cracked along one side. She must have torn it from the ruined shrine, and the iron tongue swung inside it. With each step, the creature saw her and called her mother. Ylva stopped before the well. The false voice came from the roots, soft and clear, and said it had been afraid below. Her hands tightened around the bell. Geralt tried to move, but the command pressed heavier, binding muscle to bone, and around him villagers began taking slow steps toward the well. Ylva lifted the bell. "You never feared the dark," she said. She struck its cracked rim against the well stones. The note came out broken, harsh, uneven, and loud enough to cut through the silence. The creature recoiled. Villagers stumbled, clutching their ears. Geralt felt the command loosen. Ylva struck again. The crack widened. A jagged piece of bronze fell away, and the sound rolled across the green and into every open house. Mara dropped to her knees, sobbing, while the old carver screamed his wife's name and the children ran. Geralt moved. He cast Quen as the creature threw its roots across the green, and the shield flared around him and took the first impact. Pale cords bursting against gold light, wrapping the shell, tightening until the sign groaned. He kept advancing. 3 steps from the well, the shield broke. A root struck his wounded shoulder. Another coiled around his waist and lifted him off the ground, and he caught the cord in both hands and cut downward, silver sawing through the wet fibers until they parted. He landed beside the overturned well frame. The creature drove its remaining claw at his chest. Geralt turned the blade flat, caught the wrist against the guard, let the force carry him round the well stones. His bare foot slipped in mud. He dropped to one knee, still holding the trapped limb, and the creature dragged itself closer through the roots. Its skull opened. Inside waited no throat, only a hollow lined with black barbs and fragments of human teeth. Geralt drew the steel dagger and drove it through the claw and into the wooden well frame, pinning the limb. The The creature thrashed. The frame split, but it held long enough. He climbed onto the well stones and leaped past the open skull, landing on the creature's back, boots finding purchase between cords and broken ribs. Pale fibers rose around him and brushed his face with glimpses of empty fields, open graves, quiet rooms. He ignored them. Beneath the creature, the root mass entered the well in one thick trunk. Geralt reversed his silver sword and drove it down with both hands, and the blade went into the crossguard. Black sap erupted around it. The creature reared and threw him against the lime tree, bark striking his spine, but he held the hilt and pulled sideways, opening the trunk from crown to root. The well answered with a roar. Flame burst from below. The fire Geralt had set beneath the valley climbed the last feeding root and entered the creature through the wound, and white light shone from every split in its body. Its command vanished. The villagers scattered. Geralt tore the sword free and dropped from the burning mass as the creature collapsed across the stones. Roots struck the ground, curled inward, blackened. The skull lifted once, searching through smoke, and it found Ylva. The old woman stood with the broken bell held against her chest. A woman's face formed briefly in the creature's burned side. Black hair, Ylva's eyes. A mouth shaped around the beginning of a song. Ylva watched until the face folded into ash. Geralt stepped over the roots and cut through the creature's neck. The body sagged. Fire entered the well and burned below the stones without smoke, and one by one, the pale fibers across the green tightened, shriveled, and sank into the ground. Night came while the valley broke apart. Granary doors opened beneath the weight of rotted grain. Cattle bellowed in the fields as old wounds split behind their ears, and black threads worked free. The stream ran again, brown with earth, carrying dead roots down toward the alders. No one smiled. Mara sat in the road with her hands pressed to her mouth, speaking her brother's name between breaths. The scarred woman found the carved horse beneath the orchard trees and held it until the wood cracked. Men dug near the graveyard, where the ground had opened, pulling out bones the valley had hidden beneath moss and flowers. Ylva remained beside the well. Geralt cleaned the silver blade with a strip cut from the creature's robe. The cloth dissolved under the black fluid and left a gray stain across his gauntlet. Ylva asked whether the fields would live, and he said some would. She asked about the wells, and he told her to dig new ones beyond the old roots. She looked across the darkened roofs, and the people. Geralt slid the sword into its scabbard. Behind the stable, Roach whinnied. He found her tethered where he had left her, stamping among spilled oats. The stable roof had cracked, but the walls still stood. He bound his foot with clean cloth, tightened the saddle, and led the mare toward the northern road. At the edge of the hamlet, a small figure waited beneath the lime tree. The girl with the wooden doll held both bandaged palms against her chest, and tears had marked clean lines through the dust on her face. She asked if it was dark now. Geralt looked toward the orchard, where the last flames beneath the well cast long shadows between the dying trees. Yes. The girl nodded, and then she began to cry again. Geralt mounted and rode uphill while the sound followed him across the green.